Okay, so I'm already distracted. I'm not going to put out the notification just yet because I'm fixing something. I guess it is time. I am going to put out the notification because I don't want it to look like I was late. Doink. There we go. Good afternoon. My time, anyway. Hope you're having a good day. It's a lovely, extremely gray day in Brooklyn today. And we are going to be drawing another one of the Rhymera, which is one of the, like the rhyming animals. We did the fox ox. We did the moose goose. We're gonna keep the train rolling. We're gonna make a. Today we're going to take Rose's suggestion. I think it was from the Discord. Let me double check that. It was, yes, Rose's idea, the moth sloth. We'll be going down that list of ideas that were thrown out in the Discord there. Here, you can see them. Got a bunch of them here. Flamingo dingo. Moth sloth is the one we're doing today. I'm a big fan of ferret parrot. Clamram is pretty funny. Bug pug. I'm digging that one. Chinchilla gorilla is absolutely fun to say. And and Rose's continued ideas down here. The point is there's a lot to work with. So we're going to be doing the moth sloth today. So I have my, let me see here, I can show you my reference material. Do I really need this open? I don't think so. Let's see here. Wait, ready? I'll show you my reference screen here. There we go. Look at, this is what we're working with. Got a full screen of moths and sloths. Okay? We're ready. I'm prepared. I can't possibly get this wrong. This is the kind of moth I'm going for, I think. I think that will match very nicely with the pattern with the pattern you see on a sloth. I think I can really make this and this work together in a way that can be really fun. It's gonna be weird as shit, but it'll be fun. Oh, and while we're here still doing the opening and stuff, I have that sticker, which is going on forever in the background. That's available on the store. Merch things. There we go. And as I said, I'm already distracted this morning. So, noon. This noon. It doesn't feel like it's afternoon until we've reached like 12:10 at least. It's still noon for a full 10 minutes, I think. If we're being fair. Okay, so what I've been sucked into is fixing all of the buttons on my Stream Deck. I have all kinds of different pages now. I can go around and do all of the things I need to do. It's lovely. I finally got that thing organized, which is really nice and means I can use it for a lot more. And I'm going to get it hooked up so that I can use it to boot Botman as well. But we're not quite set up for that yet. I'd like to have him responsive to Stream Deck commands in general. I wonder if they're, what's the thingy? Whatever it is. It's got a P in it. Some acronym I can't remember. But the way that you hook into somebody else's software. And I'm forgetting what it's called because what Twitch uses is called an IRC because it's through the chat and it's not technically one of those things. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of it. Anyway, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole with all of this right now. The buttons are functioning as they are for the moment, so I'm just going to leave them alone. But we are going to be working on this new Rymera, so I'm pretty excited. Let's pull this thing down. I haven't been doing much drawing lately. I want to do more drawing. We did the Lola one. That was fun. I still want to take another crack at drawing Lola. I think that one was better, but it wasn't quite there. Hey, Dakota, how you doing today? How's life? What are you up to? How's work been? Okay. I should just drop in a solid background first. We're doing a moth sloth. I kind of want to put like just a dark forest green for the background. Kind of seems like a fun place to start from. Because you can have big scary moths in the forest also, right? That works. I think it makes sense. So we'll look for something kind of in this neck of the woods here. Darker, I think. What we're working on here is combining two animals together like we did in some of those older paintings. Work has been okay. Had a session last night that didn't go as well as you would have hoped. The student just isn't spending enough time working on the class. Like, they're not getting their work done, their homework, the stuff that they need to do outside of class. They're just letting it fall by the wayside. I would imagine that's extremely frustrating. I was often that student. I usually got things done eventually, but I put things off until the last possible minute. And did spent as little time as possible working on things. I've been told I'm a very frustrating student. So I apologize on behalf of the person like me. Okay, and then I think we're going to just kind of sketch this in white. I don't really have a plan here. We're just going to kind of wing this. I have my reference material, which I kind of want to put up on the screen. I don't have a specific spot for it, but I think I can just stick it on top of the chat and nobody will notice. It can look okay up there. They're not watching the videos, reading the textbooks, compiling their notes, etc. It means that you waste a lot of time during your sessions. Oh, because you're just... The stuff that they should be doing on their own that kind of serves as the foundation, you guys end up having to do in the session, so you can't really do anything extra. Am I understanding you correctly? Yeah. Well, that's pretty brutal. Sorry about that, Dakota. Oof. Well, how do you usually handle a student like that? Like, what do you even do? To me, it seems like you're in a pretty sticky situation, because you kind of have to get them to... You have to get them to follow through on behavior when you have no influence on them. when they're outside of your bubble. When there's no way to get the kid to actually do the work. What brush do I want to use for this? I guess we're just sketching right now. Come on now. Really need to download more brushes. Huh. Why break tradition? We'll keep them all looking the same. It's to keep them stylistically consistent. You spend extra time lecturing them on good studenting. If they continue to waste your time, you'll have no choice but to fire them as a client, but you don't think it'll come to that. They just need some encouragement. Need some reinforcement, and then they'll do great. I'm sure you've got it under control, Dakota. What animals are we combining today? We're combining a what are we doing? Moth sloth is what we're doing today. It was Rose's suggestion in the Discord. So I'm kind of trying to here. I've got reference images of both. Right here, I've got my moths, and I've got my sloths. So I'm kind of going for, you know, the moths with those eye patterns on their back, and kind of using that to build off of the big droopy eye shape you get on a sloth. And I'm going to try and put those visual motifs together in a way that is either going to look neat or really terrifying. And I hope it looks neat. I'm starting with a forest green, which I'm hoping is like just giving us good chill vibes to start with. But it might end up looking like some sort of terrifying swamp monster. So, you know, the future's in our hands. I'm going to move my water. That's not going to work there. I need a new set of calipers. The ones that I have right now are not doing it for me. There we go. That's visible enough. Oh, yes, they're still on the screen, right? Like I didn't change anything? Okay, we're good. We are good. Alright. So, what we are working on is a silhouette. Because I need to figure out, like, because I got a few options. I can have, like, a more moth-like body, right? Something that's just a big round body with the thorax and everything. What the hell was that? Oh. TV remote. With the thorax coming around like this to complete the shape, right? And then you can have, which probably go like that. Big old moth wings. And then that would come up. Got to foreshorten. Hold on. Causes my brain to freeze. And you got something more or less like that going on. And then you can just go the easy route and just slap a sloth head onto it. Right? You just kind of do something sort of like that. Which I suppose kind of works, right? And then you just put sloth arms on there. Like, this is the first thing that appeared in my head when I heard moth sloth. I just don't know if this is what I want it to actually look like, you know? Like, it's kind of... It's approximately the right idea. It just doesn't really feel... I don't know. It doesn't feel like I had enough fun with the idea. Just kind of like mooshed together. Oh. What is happening with my screen here? There we go. Yeah, so let's reconsider that here. Alternatively, you could do more of a moth body with the sloth arms dangling from a branch. That might be somewhat unsettling now that you describe it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there are very many ways that we can go about this that this is not going to give somebody nightmares. Seems to be the theme of the week. I'm not really sure why. But if you had, let's think about that, right? If you had like a branch. And then you'd have the sloth. How would you want to do that? So they seem to do, they'll have like a 3-point of contact thing here. So they'll do a front and a back and a front. And then the arm here dangles down. And I'm drawing that just like without a body, which is kind of odd. So let's, because they droop down in the butt, right? And then they kind of go this little bean shaped, or like a beanbag chair shaped body. Not really bean shaped, many beans. It's many bean shaped. Right, and that's kind of the shape of their body. And they got a shoulder and an arm hanging down like that. With those little claws. And so then that's a foot going up like that. And that's one. I'm basically just copying this reference image, but that's fine. We'll build on it. And then he's just got his head chilling like that, looking at you. With those eye thingies wrapping around like that. Okay, that's more or less a sloth. So then, if we want to mothify it, would the move be to... I mean, you can either just give it wings, or... Right, you could do that. I'm not super excited about that. What if you had it, like, what if you had your branch, right? And then you have him just hanging by the two, like that. And then upside down like a vampire bat. With its wings out and down. Like just no front arms, just wings instead. No front limbs. Just wings. Is that really weird? It feels really weird. What do their faces look like? This one's a challenge. Hold on. We're gonna do something really quick here. Window capture. Oh, I know, not window capture. Hold on. display. There we go. Okay. Then we want that catching this. I know that's filling the screen right now, which we don't need. But I can just do this. And then what I'm using as reference is at least, like, you know, kind of on the screen. It's very teeny tiny, but it's there. Okay, so I was hoping I could see something that gives me more moth face here. Because I think part of the way we're going to have to do this, yeah. So moth head is like this kind of a shape, right? And then there are these mandibles coming out here, like that, that make it into that whole big, like, coffee bean kind of shape, almost. And then all of that is covered in fuzzy. And that just makes it into one kind of contiguous shape. And you got these big old eyeballs out the sides, like that. It's kind of like a praying mantis head. It does look very similar. Well, and like, you know, just insects in general. But like, they have very wide set eyes. Just big. So, and then you've got antenna, of course, coming out the top. So let's try again and say, I feel like the twist that you've got, like that you can kind of see in this guy here, this twist that he's doing is kind of crucial, right? So we want to recreate that, which is a little hard to accomplish. Because, like, if I had him hanging by two legs like that, right, and then you wanted the body to twist around like that so that it's twisting this way as it comes around, right, so, like, these are the front of his legs, and then you'd be seeing the side, like his shoulder going this way by the time you get here, and then you'd want a head right there, which is what that guy in the reference image is doing. Trying to find a good Pokemon fusion of Slackoth and Venomoth. None of the designs look very good, unfortunately. That's okay. That's alright. I don't want to end up ripping off someone else's design anyway. I want to... Like, that twist seems very important. It's just very, it's very slothly. You know what I mean? The other very slothly pose would be to have him laying over the branch. Like, what if we did... Okay, here's a thought. What if we have a branch, right? Like that. Same branch we had before. And then instead of having him underneath, you have him on top of the branch. Like that. Just lounging up there. There we go. Let's round that shape up a little bit, make him look bubblier. Just kind of like a lump of dough laying over a branch. Right? then you can have a leg hanging down. And then what I'm hoping is that I could just droop a wing down, like if I went something like that. Because you'd want the wing to, like if this is the back, the center of it comes like this. Maybe curves up a little bit more than that. There you go. Kind of like that. This one sounded like a fun challenge. I'm liking it so far. It is definitely a brain teaser. Motorcycle. I feel like you have a little bit of fold over there. Right, and then they have these big eyes on their wings, like this. And sloths also have a big eye feature. So I was hoping that I could combine those. Into a single kind of visual concept. I feel like that's working. Right, and then you'd want the same to happen here. It'd be thin, because that's the lower and smaller one. I think we just let that wrap all the way around to make that make more sense. And we'll bring this line down here. I won't have that as high up. Be back like that. So that's a little more like what we want. There's his foot peeking out from back behind it there. We keep that shape. Hey, go away. We keep this shape right here, this little pudgy leg with a foot like that, and put the little pointy toes on, or at least an indication of them for now. And then we've got these big grand wings as a feature. Right, so you've got kind of the laziness coming across in the posture. Then we know he's got that leg coming around like that, which means we draw the other wing kind of cresting up and over that side of him. And then we can just merge that line back with the back line we already had. Let the pattern follow over also. This can be kind of filled in. It looks like I'm drawing on an old chalkboard. that's the aesthetic that we've got going right now. I kind of like it. Okay. That is working for me. At least for a starting sketch here. He needs I wanted his head to be laying over and facing us. Needs antenna. The problem is the wings just looking all like the way that I'm trying to droop the wings down, they just look like balls. I don't think that really works. Like, I think I'm going to be fighting that the entire time. I do think I have the right idea here, though. I just need a different pose that's not going to cause the wings to look like balls. We need it to look lazy. We want something that's going to splay the wings out. That's what we really want, because that'll put them on display. Maybe you could get something a little more playful and round looking if we do hang from the top, but we only hang by 1 foot, right? If we, again, have a branch, we have 1 foot on it, then our weight is dangling from there. So we put kind of the tummy shape, and then that should bend around a little bit like that. And then I would assume, how do you sit the other leg? Because if you have one leg reaching up and holding on to the branch, that goes into the body like that. And then this leg would be twisted away from us. And I feel like kind of like bent over like that and up a little bit. So it's coming back behind. Right, and then that can kind of wrap around. You cut off the shape there so that you have your depth looking right. Shh, come here. Hey, come here. Come here. If you're wigging out, come here, Lola. Hey. Lola. Stop it. Come. 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 You can do it. Come on. Lola, just walk to the side a little bit. Go. Come on. Push through. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. I know you have the cone on, but you got to do it. There you go. Good girl. Thank you. Just sit here if you're wigging out. Hey, Corey, how you doing? What's going on? We're working on a moth sloth right now, and had to derail because I didn't like the way the wings were hanging. Kind of looked like nuts. So we're trying a slightly different pose. Something that can splay the wings out a little bit more. Moth sloth is happening. Yes. This thing is going to be terrifying. So I kind of want it, right, like the head is attached here. I want it turned out and toward us a little bit. And we're going to go for a moth ear head. Right, so it's like this eye right here is looking almost straight at us. I appear to just be in a creepy mood this week. We did the Leviathan, and it's okay, Lola. Take it easy. There's nothing to be afraid of in here. Shh. Just go lay down. We did the Leviathan, and now we're taking like the creepiest possible interpretation of this prompt. It's not really intentional. Right, because it's got like the... Gotta have the mandible there. To up the creep factor, I could include giant eyelashes like the silk moth has. I mean, I might be interested. I don't think it looks like pot-bellied enough. I want more plumpness. Maybe the stumpy little legs are a little too stumpy. Got wing attachment there, and then the rest of it's really on the back, right? Because the back of it's going like that and then wrapping around to here. So the wings are attaching back there. So we can have one that goes out like this, and I feel like we should do, we're just going to combine a whole bunch of different moth features. We're going to do those big loopy, droopy thingies. And then, okay, and that's going to be coming from here. So we want it to go up and over, like this maybe? That needs to come a little further in like that. And that can come out like this. That shape doesn't feel very good to me. What if we did... I feel like it should be a larger shape with a shorter torso section. It's just kind of like this. A little more like kind of how Homer Simpson is shaped. Stream title says Leviathan map making? Did it not go through? God damn it. It shouldn't say that. Well, now we're good. Thank you, Corey. Alright. Whoa. No. Oh, shit. Okay. I want this guy to look more cuddly than he does. Especially since it's Rose's prompt. I can't take Rose's prompt and then make something, like, super scary. I feel like the intention was for a cute moth sloth, not a creepy one. Okay, I am liking this shape better, I think. This one we're making with the pink lines here. Oh, and I'm apparently drawing on the background layer. Oh well. Like, I did kind of like the pose. I just wasn't convinced that it was, like, lifelike enough or natural enough. Something looked weird. I think curving that leg around towards us a lot more is going to help with that. So now it feels more like the front of him is right here. Right? Like he's just dangling upside down, slightly twisted, mostly facing us. And I want... So if he's totally upside down like that, the head doesn't need to be as twisted, which means it's not going to be like doing a weird angle, which I think can look cute under very fine circumstances. But outside of that, it's mostly just going to look weird. So I think I want something where it's more just looking at you upside down. Something like this. Well, and, you know, something else we need to keep in mind. A big part of the way a sloth looks is they look kind of pin-headed. You know what I mean? They don't have, like, a huge head relative to their body. They kind of just end. So I should keep that and only make the head a little bit bigger than this little nub that I have at the end of the body. Go away. There we go. I want something kind of like this. Right? Let's add one more new layer and get like neon blue or something that'll show up good. Alright, there we go. And let's try and draw this body type out one more time. So we want it to come around like this. We're gonna take this sketch that we just did pretty closely and just try to get it down. There we go. And hopefully this will define the shapes a little bit better. All right. I think that's working. I'm hopeful that it's working. I need it to be working. Because then you've got this big round belly shape. Okay. And that's going to carry up to the head, which is kind of on its side, like this. And we want it to be pretty oval shaped. I think we need the kind of oval sloth head to maintain the cute factor, which means we will need to, like, impress some moth features onto that. I'm not really sure how that's gonna work, but we're gonna try. This is a challenge. I'm glad I picked this one. I didn't want it to be something that we could just, like, smoosh together and be done with it. This looked like one that would make me think a little bit. I think we can then just put the wings on full display. I think that's kind of what we should be doing here. So, what I'm going to do, I like this sketch. We're going to add rocket. And we're going to keep poking at this for a minute before we decide for sure that I'm keeping it this way. They are very contrasting creatures. Yeah, it's giving me a very fun challenge. I'm sorry, Dakota. The Chug Jug is in the wash. But I will get water. And I'll do it with gusto. Here. Wait, I have a solution. I can drink while holding the Chug Jug for thematic consistency. I think we did it. I think we achieved it. Versus Fox Ox, which is just a normal Highland ox with a fluffier tail and sucks. Yes. Yeah. That one I kind of just picked an animal and added some styling. I went a lot further with the moose goose. And I think now we're taking it yet a step further. We do love thematic consistency on this channel. Yes, we do. That's what we're all about. They don't call me Austin Thematic Consistency Unenlightened for nothing. Okay, so normally he'd have arms there and there doing a thing, right? So let's kind of imagine those are there when we think about the wings, which should be attached along his back in a line along in a line along that line. Stop, you're making it jealous. No, it can't hear me. I haven't drawn ears yet. Or am I making the Fox Ox jealous? The Fox Ox is magical in its own way. It's beautiful. Aligned on the line of that line. That's the other thing we love. A broad vocabulary is coveted on this platform. I'm making the Chug Jug jealous. It likes to watch. I apologize for that immediately. There's also options for stoat goat, ass bass, cat bat, etc. Botman, no, Botman also likes to watch. Oh no. Dakota, add those to the Discord. There's a whole running list going on Austin Make This in the Discord. These are good. These are good. I like these. I'm especially a fan of ass bass. Alright, you kind of hang that down the way that it would. And then that goes like that. I think this is looking like a victory. Dog frog would also be fun. Yes. Ooh, that could look really weird. Okay, and then this one I want up a little bit more. Ooh. Let's first draw a smooth line, Austin. How long do we have until Tears of the Kingdom comes out? Because that's my deadline to get streaming in the living room figured out. Because we are going to get that and start playing it on stream immediately. Is it 5/12? I don't have a lot of time. I have a month to get that figured out. I can do that. I can do that. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. What are you talking about? How do we feel about that so far? Does the second wing looks a little weird, right? Because if that goes to here, it feels like this one should go to here. I think the issue is that I need to scale this whole thing down. Like that. Now put it like that. There we go. Yeah, so if that one's over there, then this one should be over here. No, too far. Too far. That's there. This should be there. That feels better. If that's there, that should be there. Not quite. There we go. That's where we need it to be. So this needs to go, and then it needs to go. Nope. Don't disrupt my Yeah. And then. Ah! Terrible. Yeah, you found me. The sloth body is looking thick with 2 C's. Thank you. That's what I'm going for. I mean, are you looking at these things? Tell me this isn't the hottest creature you've ever seen. Look at it. God damn. Hey, Sky, how you doing? I want to make a better boing. That's at least more how it's actually supposed to be used. And those were better boings. We covered all the bases. I think that was a proper boing. How you doing today, Sky? We're not horrifying you today. Nothing scary today. We won't be revisiting the Leviathan until probably next Monday. Unless I'm doing something else next Monday. Today we're drawing a thick moth sloth. That's what we're doing today. Okay. So then we've got the eye shapes, which need to be like around here, and there, and then down here, and down there. Alright. And I wanted these. They should probably just follow the arcs that I already drew there. If I'm being honest, just follow that. And this one's kind of already on it. And then what we want to do is we want to draw the sloth's eye droopy thing around the wing eyes. Oh, the VR was throwing your vertigo off. Fair enough. Fair enough. I want to get it... I've been looking into trying to get it set up so that I can put a virtual camera up. And then just have my view as a secondary vision. It seems like it's possible. I just need to figure... It's like an add-on that I need for Steam VR. I just want to make sure it's not going to be like scraping my iris map or something. Or my, my retinal map. No, I don't think my VR headset doesn't have eye tracking, but I just want to make sure it's like a legit thing for me to install before I get that working. And then hopefully you won't have to look at it that way anymore. It's the same kind of thing as like the mixed reality, you know, when people do that. That's still basically what I'm trying to do, just without the mixing. Which I guess means we'll need to make me a virtual avatar. I'll be the best e-girl ever. That is exactly what I was thinking, Truck Brakes. You took the words right out of my mouth. I gotta say, I'm liking the moth sloth. Have to be careful on rides at parks to go on. Yeah, I bet. I would bet. It's so weird. I used to have, like, major issues with 3D. Like, when it was still the one that made everybody, like, it made a lot of people nauseous. I was one of the people, like, I could not do it. Like, one time for school, we went to Universal Studios, and they had like that mummy ride or show or whatever where you sit down and 3D glasses and all kind of shit happens, and I like thought I was gonna be sick. I could not handle it. So for me, you know, I get the VR giving you motion sickness. I've never had an issue with like actual motion though, which it sounds like is the case with you. That's not something that I've ever really experienced. Have you tried those motion sickness glasses that have like the fluid around them to help you stabilize? I've heard they work. They look a little goofy, but who cares about looking goofy if it fixes a problem? and then a lot of the moths have like a secondary ring around that, which I kind of like. Yeah. I kind of want it to be like on the outside and then come back around like it was going to meet itself. So we'll just draw it as an actual circle. And then we'll have it fall behind that. Okay, this is looking promising. You've not tried them. I mean, from what I've heard, they totally work, but it might just be internet bullshit. I have no idea. Like, what I've heard does not have any necessary correlation to reality. Maybe we do that one down and this one curled. And then I want to do the kind that's like feathered out like that. There we go. Okay, now it's... See, when it starts making me giggle, that's how you know it's working. This thing is silly. Okay, yeah, I'm on board with this. I think this is gonna work. That's the telltale sign that it's working. Okay, bring that branch over like that. Just gonna have to reach in front of this, just in order to make sense. Guess this should bend just ever so slightly so that it feels more significant. There we go. That's good. Alrighty. It's a little weird that it doesn't have arms. I'm gonna leave it that way, but it is a little weird. You're watching an episode of CSI New York and they were on top of the Empire State Building, and when they got close to the edge you had to close your eyes to not throw up. I don't blame you there. It's an unsettling view. Just forewarned, story of similar situation, if that's enough to stress you out. But my mom and I went to the... What's the... Sears Tower? Is that the one in Chicago? I think so. It's not, I don't think it's called Sears Tower anymore. But they've got one of those things where it's like a glass box at the side of the building that actually sticks out a little bit, and you can step out and like see straight down below you. That turned me inside out. Like, just the feeling of anxiety just flipped me inside out. I did not like that at all. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend. Negative a million out of 10. Okay. So then we need a face, which is going to be more or less along this line. Who doesn't like drawing a face upside down? I suppose I don't have to do that. What? What's wrong with OpenGL? Oh, for fuck's sake. What the shit? Okay, well, I guess I'm drawing upside down then. What is this anyways? It's a moth sloth. It is nature's perfect killing machine. It is a lovely creature that defends the weak. And I'm trying to do my best to make not look terrifying, but I need to somehow combine the features of a bug with a reasonably large mammal. And it's kind of hard to do that and not make it look terrifying. You can see I'm now trying to put large moth-scale eyes. Their antennae look like wheat stalks. They kind of do. Well, and some of them are very wheat stalk-like. Some of them look more like feathers. Some of them are very stringy. There's a lot of breadth in the moth phylum? Genus. Taxa. That works. So I kind of want this to, like, do the moth shape, but still be a giant eyeball. Which is... Or do the sloth shape, I mean, but still be like a giant moth eyeball. Which is gonna kind of make it just look like a raccoon mask. Putting the bread in breadth. I think this works. This is enough that we can start trying to actually paint this thing. The problem with the sloth mouth is they don't look real anyway. Like, I look at a photograph of one and I'm like, that person needs to work on their painting skills. Like, the photorealism is top notch, but the proportions just don't look realistic. Their rendering is excellent, but they need to go back to their anatomy work. Okay. So, now we need to pick a lovely bluish gray. And I'm just going to make that real deep in color. And that barely shows. So maybe we want it to be lighter. And that can be our outline color. There we go. Alright, and we want to bring that down a little bit. I think I'm going to bring the smoothing up a little bit. And then I'm just going to get these general shapes in. not sure about those toes, so I'm gonna not draw those in yet. Maybe I'll change my mind. Okay, that works. I think I should shorten the branch just a little bit so that this can be like a distinct little sticker. Have I been playing any games lately? I play games every Friday. I was gone last week because my parents were in town, but last Friday that we streamed, I played Mario Galaxy, which I might keep playing. I'm kind of down to finish that on Friday. I'm very much looking forward to Tears of the Kingdom. We are going to be playing the ever-loving shit out of that game. I'm really looking forward to that one. What about you? Been playing anything that's making your brain happy? We're just going to end this there instead. That's good, that works for me. Unfortunately, that needs to go in front of the wing, but that's okay. How are the parents? The parents are good. It was really good to see them. It's been, you know, I've lived near my parents my whole life. I've always been very close by. I went like 30 minutes away to go to college. Then I moved an hour away to be in Los Angeles. And then we just kind of up and moved across the country. So, you know, it was a bit of a surprise to my family that was happening. And, you know, they were pretty cool about it. They freaked out a little bit. But it was good to have them come out here and see the new place and do fun New York things and just hang out. It was a good time. I wish my brother and his wife could have come out with them, but they're expecting a baby in a few months, so they're a little preoccupied. But yeah, we went and did, you know, all the touristy stuff. Which Emily and I just did. You know, before we came out here, we were here on vacation in October. So we kind of just recently did the whole tourist thing here. But I've never really been here with my parents. So, you know, like I was here with my mom once when I was touring for colleges. Back in high school, obviously. But that was kind of it. And we were, you know, not really here in tourist mode. We were here in... I guess that's probably exactly the wrong phrasing to use, because we were here to tour. We just weren't here to tour New York. We were here to tour schools. I want this line to be real smooth. Okay. Not bad. Cool. Okay, that's working. Is this the first baby in the family? This is the first baby in the family, so very exciting. Yes, they are where the babies will be coming from. Emily and I aren't planning on making any people. You never know. Things change, but it's not... other than Scotty, yes. Yes, Scotty was truly the first baby in the family. But yeah, it's not really on our agenda. But they're planning on having at least 2. I think I heard mention of 3, but we'll see, because I think there's only one party that wants 3. 3 sounds like a lot of kids. 1 sounds like a lot of kids. But 3 is like insanity. And I know there are people who grew up in families of like 80,000 or whatever. But, and like my will-be father-in-law is one of those people. They had like a dozen kids in the house or something. But to me, even 3 sounds like a nightmare. There we go. I'm liking how this is going. Oh yeah, I finally got this working. I can now just hit the new sticker thing, and it just goes. I'm going to take the opportunity to promote the new sticker. This will be a sticker also as soon as it's done. Oh, I missed part of your message. Hold on, Sky. You said something and I didn't see it. Oh, it was just your sister and you. Oh, you mean in your family? Yeah. Yeah, it was just my brother and me also. Two seems like enough, right? I think so. The actual eye needs an outline. Like that. This is so silly looking. Alright. Carefully. Carefully. These aren't going to get a whole lot of color in them, but I think they were going to be gray or beige anyway, because most of him is going to be. I think that's all my outlining. The face! Oh my god. Alright. Hey, Hermit, how you doing? How did the unsightly thing end up? It turned out pretty good. I'll be revisiting it on Monday. It's time to move down the body and add more shell. But it looked pretty good by the end. It's creepy. It's too cute. I don't think this is... I think I'm trying to make it cute. I don't think I've succeeded, but I appreciate that you think so. I think this thing looks a little weird. But we love him for it. Okay, so we want kind of a earthy brown somewhere in here that we can do our rough filling in of the whole beast. Let's do what I always do and just take the oil brush. Oh, dear. Austin. Good lord. So I want that underneath. And let's do that. No. No, I need to deselect some of this. We're gonna get rid of everything over here. There we go. And gone. Herman, what are you up to today? Trying to figure out what's happening here. That looks like it's more or less okay. Like, technically, yes, this is correct. Oh, and then we also don't want this section here. Whoops. Almost. I was slightly off target there. There we go. Alright, now I should be able to just brush this in. Take your time. You just fill in those pixels. Hope the stream's doing okay. Been at your parents' for dinner and had a little drive, enjoying the time off. That sounds very pleasant. A relaxing, some relaxing escape from the daily grind. Glad to hear it. Photoshop really does like to be dramatic, yeah. It has a lot of feelings. Okay. And what we want to do, I actually want to put the sketch layer on top of this so I can see what's happening. And we're going to just try to combine a bunch of different kinds of things. Like, we've got a lot of different kinds of moths. We pretty much just have the one kind of sloths that we're using as an example. I think there are like 2 or 3 species of sloth. Somebody help me out on that. Fact check me. Make that real dark. Oh. No. want to take a pencil and draw a line around the outside, and I want that to be kind of a golden color. There we go. Is this for the game too, or is this just Ort? This is just Ort. Art for sea lions. Oh. Corey. Yes, this is just Ort. We're just Orting for Ort's sake. Promoting my existing sticker. Making a new sticker. We're just making stuff for the sake of making stuff. Okay, so now I need that to hide. Excuse me. You haven't even had coffee today. But fuck you for considering it. Botman just not taking any chances. Not even gonna stand for the concept of a coffee cup. Can't even consider it. You'll be immediately punished. Okay. So we're not going to worry about the, like, fine line patterning yet. What we're focused on right now is the broad colors. This is awful. Actually, now is a good time to make coffees. So thank you, Botman. Botman is looking out, you know. It's it makes a big point of caring about your health and bodily needs. Botman is actually legally a doctor. No, I did not say that. That is not accurate or true. Do not take anything Botman says as medical advice. Because Botman is only saying things I've said. And I haven't been a doctor for years. At least 28 of them. I think I was in a past life. I think I get points for that. It's 7:30 p.m. there. Maybe it's actually beer o'clock. Sounds like it's beer 30. I think you're late. Yeah, but was it one of those doctors that prescribed leeches all the time? A good question indeed. I think probably so. I think if I went into medicine now, I would. I feel like we haven't fully explored the value of leeches. I think there's possibly some missed research there, and if we really get into it, maybe leeches were the right answer all along. The key to health. Parasites. Probably rich in iron, right? Right? Yeah. The issue is that we shouldn't have been having them suck our blood. We should have them suck iron-rich blood from healthy people and then eat the leeches to gain their power. You're welcome. That image will now haunt you forever. And that's actually the service I offer here, so that'll be $43. Okay. I'm just kind of doing like random patterning that I think is going to look neat. Maybe we have a... Go. Okay, and then I want more of a gold color that we can add in here. Golder. Golder! Smear that out or something. That's gross. Thank you. The forbidden smoothie. Yeah, it was intended to be gross, so I'm glad I was accurate with my attack. I think this looks moth-like. He's so weird. Back with coffee and frozen pancakes. Formerly frozen pancakes. If they're not frozen now, I don't want them. I only eat currently frozen pancakes. Like the royalty I am. We need, like, lots of smoothing. I can't put smoothing on this? You lie! Why not? There. Don't tell me what I can and can't do. Nope. Good, good. Okay, and then I want like some kind of squiggle here. And then I'm going to smear what's happening here. I hope. I think I'm going to. Apparently OpenGL isn't working, so maybe that's going to break some of my stuff. Strength, let's go like 4%. It's not really smearing, it's more just pushing it back, but I don't hate that either. Could be talked into doing that the whole way through that scribble, and then doing it to soften up the shapes of this situation out here. Have it fade out at the ends a little bit. Rather than be quite so clearly defined. I'm just kind of like screwing with this. I don't really have much of a plan. It doesn't look terrible. I kind of like it. You were going to ask if I had Control S lately, but Untitled 1 says differently. Yeah, no. I often forget to save. Mothsloth. Is it just me, or does it still say Untitled 1? Oh. I hate that the pop-up windows don't always go to the right spot. There we go. It's a good thing Adobe never crashes. I know, right? Yeah, it's the perfect combination. You like your leftover pizza with extra marinara, but you still microwave it. Do you microwave the extra marinara, or does the marinara go on cold after the fact? What's your marinara policy? I need you to read me my marinara rights. Okay, I think that actually looks mothly enough that we can now proceed. Oh, no, I don't need to be that tool anymore. I need the other brush back. Let's clean some of that stuff up. We might add more to the wings, but I want to get the body figured out now. Marinara goes on before. It helps rehydrate the pizza. Ah, that's a good method. Have you done the? It got famous on TikTok all of a sudden, but it's always been the method taught in my family. The skillet, the pan skillet, that does the trick. You do a pan skillet. You fry it until it gets like you let it get hot on the pan. Like you let the pan get hot with the pizza in it. Words, Austin. There you go. You let the pan get hot with the pizza in it, and then you sprinkle a little bit of water in there. Put a pot lid on it. Let it steam up. Pizza rehydrates, gets a crispy bottom. It's good stuff. Think about that. You think about that, and I'll be right back. Ooh, new buttons. This is the one, right? It is a good way to do things. If you get the chance, definitely give it a try. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, we are back at it. Where's my mouse? Hold on a second. There we go. I moved my screens around physically, so now they don't line up with the way that I set up the, you can move the screens around in the settings so that the edges are in the right spot. I don't have a setup that's like screens perfectly aligned with each other because they're all different monitors anyway. So if I tried to line them up, it would just make it more frustrating. So I have them in kind of like an offset pattern and just use them fully separately from one another. But that means my mouse movements have to be precisely coordinated, and I'm struggling. There we go. Okay. So, do I need more smudge? Maybe just a little bit more. This feels a little weird. Alright, so what I think we're going to do here is... Oh. Didn't mean to quick mask. We're going to select just the sloth body here. We're going to expand, and I did that by 5 pixels. We'll do it again. So that'll be a total of 10 pixels of expansion. Buckle your fucking seatbelts. Alright, there we go. And I just kind of want to go through here and put this at a baseline of the darker brown. And then we're going to build up. Because they have, like, dark fur really deep down, and then they have the really bristly, really light-colored fur on top. I mean, I'm sure it's all bristly, but it looks more bristly up top. Right? So that means we want a dark base layer, and then we want to build up lighter and lighter colors and do our shading that way. And hopefully, that'll give me the look I'm looking for. This is kind of cute looking, right? Sloth Moth expansion pass, $30 or free with NSO Plus. If you'd like the complete Sloth Moth. I'm sorry, if you'd like the expanded Sloth Moth, because the Sloth Moth you received as a base was totally a complete Sloth Moth. And definitely not just missing components that were sold off later. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. That was some sort of completely involuntary reaction. I need a bigger brush. Sorry, I was making a pit stop there, and the person on my phone while I was scrolling through TikTok, because I can't go anywhere without having like some sort of stimulation pumping into my brain. They were playing the Mario music that I keep muttering. I can't remember which one that is. Anybody remember which one that is? Because I don't. Super Mario 2. Thank you, Sky. I knew I could count on you. Primed and ready with an answer. I love it. Okay, I think I need to ruin the eyeballs we did already, and we'll just have to do the eyeballs again. I think we know they were working. We need a base color for the sloth. Because that's the thing, is I'm like, well, but it should be lighter. And I'm like, but they're not brown, they're gray. Like, they're barely, it's kind of like a faintly brownish gray, which that'll be the color I select. But it needs to be much less saturated than it is right now. This is a base color I can work with, you know what I mean? I want a hairbrush, though. Am I going to download a brush pack right now? Look, I don't want to deal with making a brush right now. Whatever. This looks promising. Hey, Pimp, how you doing? Welcome in. What's going on, my friend? One credit. Credit of what? Download for 1 credit. You can't just say that like it means something. Made hairbrush, so it's... I can't do my sign in on the stream. I'm gonna screw that up. I'm an idiot. You're good, but annoyed. You ordered food and the store canceled it. That just happened to me. My parents were here. My parents are very anti-Uber Eats or anything like that. They're not into it. I do it often because I'm a lazy bum. But I convinced them. I was like, look, it's the last day you guys are here. It's raining. We don't want to go walk to the car and figure that out and go somewhere or walk to the train station, yada, yada, yada. And so I said, why don't we just order Uber Eats? And I sold them on it. And it was perfect. And then the first guy stole my food. And then 2 more people had to go in before somebody would explain to me that the guy stole my food. And then they just canceled the order. I got my money back. So it's not like it was like a bad experience. I mean, it was a bad experience, but it could have been a lot worse. I mean, like, I got my money back within seconds. It was not a big deal. But, I mean, what the hell? So, I empathize with you, Pimp. I definitely do. What happened to cause your current distress? It just canceled, just out of nowhere. No explanation. Okay, so we are going to go for a gray that is still in this space. So something like this is a good start. I don't have a hairbrush. I want one. I want a hairbrush. Can I tweak the settings on this and turn it into a hairbrush? What does the actual shape look like? This might work as a hairbrush. That one's a little more sparse. There we go. No idea, just canceled it. That's lame. You want your face back? Who stole your face? I've been trying to warn everybody not to interact with Ko the Face Stealer. Okay, this can work. Sync dynamics. Angle control. Direction. Okay, good. Scattering? Do I want to scatter? I don't want to scatter. Is there anything I can do? I just kind of want to thin it out a little bit. And I'm wondering if instead what I should just do is make it a little bit bigger and lower the load. Like, actually just make it a thinner brush load. That might assist. Yeah, I think this will work. We're going to work. It's going to get stipply up in here. If you want to try again today, you'll have to pay extra? You'll just wait till tomorrow. Do you have something else to eat? Okay, this is working as a hairbrush. This is going to cramp my hand up so bad, but it's going to be worth it. We'll be left with a beautiful creature. A beautiful creature that needs a name, by the way. You know, if you didn't already know this, moths actually did originally evolve from sloths. It was a weird convergent evolution thing with butterflies, which, as a matter of fact, those butterflies evolved from lemurs, believe it or not. From the trees to the skies, as they say in evolutionary biology. They say it all the time. Here you were thinking it was the other way around. No, that's a common misconception. Yeah. No, they Slothus Mothicay. Yeah, it's, I mean, it's not a very commonly known fact, but it's legit. Just ask, well, don't ask anyone other than me. Am I not loaded enough here? What's happening? Why can't I paint anymore? It feels like, I mean, my color's still right? What's happening? Where did my paint go? I'm confused. I was a doctor in a past life, after all. That's true. Yes. And my doctorate was actually in moth evolution. See, Botman's just offended that you'd even question my pedigree. Can somebody explain to me why my paintbrush stopped working? It just like decided I was done. I thought I was doing well. Apparently Photoshop disagrees. What did I do? I don't understand. Oh, I had to re-ink, because that's a thing you should need to do in a virtual program, as opposed to those physical programs. I guess that's a thing, kind of. Not really anymore. We do still need a name for this little guy. How big do we think he is? Steven! Steven's the name of my turtle. Not a real turtle. It's just a turtle character I've been drawing since I was a little kid. Oslo. Oslo's good. I do like Oslo. Steven's good, pimp. I just my heart places Steven elsewhere. But I know what more digital art programs need to do. What do they need to do? Physically simulated ink dispersion and pigment deposition on various materials. Oh God, yes. I couldn't agree more, Corey. I could not agree more. I mean, we've reached that point, right? We can do that now. We're definitely capable of that. Your grandpa still has a bunch of physical programs from back in the day, boxes and boxes of punch cards. Yeah, see? I mean, I'd really like to see that. That's really cool. It's a thing. Can be more than one. Everyone can be Steven. Then everyone can be... No. Artificial scarcity of names, pimp. Watercolor brushes are sweet, but they're not really water. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more. That is a big problem with virtual painting programs. There we go again. That I have not seen like realistically tackled yet. And I would very much like to see that. You're looking great, little buddy. Oh, I finally got Emily to watch... she'd never seen The Iron Giant. And I finally got her to watch that. It's a classic. It's a fun movie. Very heartwarming. We're going to keep going lighter now. You think some obscure programs have done a bit of simulating, mostly for watercolor, but you've mostly just seen scientific papers about it. I would love to actually see it in a real painting program. Like, see somebody genuinely take that on would be really nice. I mean, if that got good, I would probably just only do digital. I mean, I'm getting really into the VR sculpting. I'm really liking what I can do with that. And it's not that I'm going to stop physical sculpting, but I'm definitely going to be spending a lot of time doing it in VR right now. Momo Jr. So you can always get me with the Avatar references. That's an easy victory with me. Lots of this on the face down here. On the top of the head. I think we're starting to make it happen here. Well, and it's kind of a little fuzzier than he should look, but I think it matches the moth thing and feels intentional. So we're gonna stick with it, and we're gonna say it was intentional all along. Now we're going to do a little bit more in some places to get some like actual highlight happening. A little bit of belly highlight there. There we go. I think that works. Next challenge from our programs is going to be color intensity. You can't really simulate Vantablack very well on a computer screen. True. Yeah. Yeah, that is... that's a limitation that's going to be hard to come by. I mean, you're basically going to need screens... Like, you need a lower black point. That's going to be the biggest thing. When you have that and a more realistic, like, not luminosity, but like a specular control on the screen. OLEDs do this already. I mean, they kind of do, but an OLED screen, like, you can't control the like the specular of the surface, right? You can't control the fact that it's still going to reflect some light off the surface of the screen. Whereas something like Vantablack, I mean, there's no sheen. I mean, that's starting to get into like nitpicky sci-fi stuff, but you know, it's relevant to the conversation. Okay, so now I just want to paint on top. Don't mix. I'm going to manually put in some stroke lines. We're gonna turn off the smoothing and undo this. Not just that, but the software that supports it, making a more saturated color than modern RGB diodes can produce when your RGB values can't be 8-bit anymore, right? Glittering gold depending on your viewing angles. Yeah. Most art programs already support 10-bit and even higher, as well as DCI-P3 and Rec 2020-2100 color spaces. See, this is getting into I don't know anything about color response and like how that's measured and tracked. I just keep an eye on, does color look pretty to Austin? Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go through and manually drop in some randomized hairs, because that helps like pick up the, it just enhances the hair texture that you get from the brush and kind of distracts you from the fact that it's repeating so much. Couple of like really light ones in the highlighted spots. And then we're going to define that eye section again. Okay, and then I think we're going to make the eyeball itself just black as night. Just fill that all the way in like that. There we go. Maybe the next challenge will be Pantone copywriting every color code. Oh God, I'm sure they're probably working on it. It'll take an eternity, but they'll try anyway. Okay, and then I want to take the line art and we're going to color shift it because I thought I was going to like the gray and I don't. So we're going to make it more of an earthy brown. Which means I need a hue sat layer. And marry that to that one. And we want to colorize. And that's probably the right ballpark actually. And then we'll just bring the lightness down. I think that suits it much better. Well, we'll leave them. I was going to merge them, but I think we'll leave them separated for now. Being able to copyright colors is such BS. Yeah, I really cannot believe that that is really possible. I am so horrified by that, I don't even know where to begin. That should not be allowed. Shooketh to my very core. Yeah, not cool at all. For lack of a better way to say it. Apparently my selection was not great here, so I'm going to clean up this edge a little bit. At the start is the best place. Yeah, but where is the start with a problem like that? I mean, the root is capitalism run rampant. But where do we start for fucking copywriting colors? Go. I don't know why that was leaking like that. I thought I shrank my selection a little bit, but maybe I forgot to do that. Either way, it's all good now. BRB gonna copyright C major 7. Right? It just doesn't make any sense. I heard Sony Music and Sony Pictures is suing a DNS provider in Switzerland for allowing users to visit sites like Pirate Bay. And they won in a first instance court in Germany. Great. That's a good sign. That definitely doesn't sound like the death bells tolling. Good. Wonderful. Wonderful news. There we go. I don't want to do too much to this. I want something. Kind of that little bit of jockeying back and forth implies a little bit of a woody texture. And then I think we can do a darker one underneath. Just get a 3-tone shade in there, and I think we're in the biz. Perfect. Looks like a branch to me. Okay, so how does he look on a white background is the question, because that's how he's going to end up on the sticker. I think we're pretty close here. Oh. One moment. Sure thing. Thanks. Okay. So, how do we look on a white background? Okay, not bad. It looks like there are a couple of things that need to be patched up here. So we'll go back to our coloring layer, and we're just going to patch these holes up. So we got a little bit of something going on down here and up top as well. There we go. And over in this corner and in this one. And then a bit down here. And over here. And in this corner. I don't think there are many more spots. Just one of the golden ones up here. And then I think we can call that good. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. He's a little weird looking. Sloth Moth is so stressed his hairs are turning gray. Well, they are. They're actually pretty gray. Like, there's a lot of gray in the sloth. So I tried to, like, kind of imply that a little bit, but then we went with a pretty brown color scheme, so I want them to match. I think it worked out. You liking it, Corey? If it was green, it could be moss. That's true. If it was green, it could be sloth moth, moss sloth moth. I think that works. We'll go ahead and save that. We're just about the halfway point for the stream. I'm wondering, there were a couple of props that I wanted to sculpt for Megalomania. We could work on that. Or there's also a couple of objects that I wanted to do for Everbound also. You have to get ready for work? Alright, Dakota, thanks for hanging out. It was good seeing you. See you next time. I think we can say this guy's done, though. We'll go ahead and throw him up on the site. Let's see here. Printful, please tell me I'm still signed in. That looks like a yes. Duplicate. Okay, and then I just need an image. So we're just gonna export this. I think I can just pop this onto the website real quick right now. Export as PNG. Oh wait, we don't want a background on it. I'm gonna turn both of those off. There we go. Okay. Uh-oh. Where did it pop that window up? Or did it? Oh, there it goes. Just... Hey! Wait a minute. There we go. It popped up the save window, and then right as I grabbed it to move it, it just vanished. That was weird. Okay, 3 megabytes. We'll keep this full size PNG. Just save it as Moth Sloth. I think that's fine. And then I need to go into the file and drop that right in there. Hopefully that is big enough, because I'll just keep using that template to draw more stickers. Alright, good enough quality for the large sticker. Perfect. Sweet. Alright, so that size works for us then. Okay. Okay. Another in the series of Rymera. It's part moth, part sloth, all handsome. The moth sloth. Perfect. And product title, moth sloth sticker. Sweet. Should be the same as the other ones. Why are you asking me about pricing? Pricing shouldn't change. Always makes me nervous every time it asks about pricing. Send me this pic, you like it? I'm putting it up for sale in the store, so I can't just send you this one. I can send you the Pikachu that I drew for you, which I did. But this one's going up on the store. NFT. Yeah, I'm gonna skip NFTs. Thank you, though. Sorry, needed more water. I need to just like run a water line directly to my desk. That'd be great. You'll give me a real dollar for it? For an NFT? Wow. Look, because I care about you, I'm not going to let you do that. Okay? How much money for it? The sticker is, it's like $7 or $8. Here, it's it should be up now, I think. Let me double check the site and make sure it popped up. But merch, there we go. Did it put it in there? Is it here? It's there. Moth Slaw sticker. I just need to fix the way it displays really quick, because it should be at the top of the list because it's a new thing. Store, and I still have to do a blog post. Corey, I didn't do it. I was supposed to do it last night and I didn't. I failed. Okay, we'll move Moth Slaw sticker. $7.69 is the price for the sticker. And no shipping in the United States, if I'm not mistaken, unless they change their shipping policies. I set it to have no shipping. If it should not tell you that there's a shipping fee. If it does, please let me know. Yell, yell, yell. Thank you. We haven't gotten to 769? Is that right? Say quote last, and it'll tell you what the largest number is. Okay. Moth Sloth should be all the way at the top. It's so goofy. Okay, and then I want to fix its, I want to change which things it displays first. Edit. There we go. Okay, featured image should be the medium one, and then the big one when you hover. That makes more sense. Okay, there you go. Now they're up there. He's not supposed to have a background on him. Well, I'm going to bother with that later. At least it's on the store now. There we go. New sticker uploaded. Quote last, $287. Not even close. In the USA, it's free shipping. Worldwide, $11. Thank you, Pimp. The way it reads out the answer to that command is kind of bugged out, Corey, but it does still give you the right information. I didn't bother to give it another string format for that question. It just uses the regular quote search. Hey, it's what I do. Well, I guess we also have... That means it's a new sticker. Promoted art. Shouldn't that be a... Your internet pooped out on you. How much money? $7.69 for one sticker. Oh god, I said that right? No shipping. No shipping to the United States. Yeah, $7.69 for a sticker, no shipping to the US. I almost have enough characters up that I can do a sticker sheet, which is $10. But right now the sticker sheet just has the Moose Goose and the Fox Ox. We'll add Lola and the Moth Sloth, I think one more sticker, and that I'll be ready for a new sticker sheet. And if people are interested in, I mean, they're not really print kind of things. International shipping was stiff. Yes, it is. That is because of the restrictions that Printful puts on me. Yeah, $8.09 for the big sticker, but that's a 5x5 sticker. It's a big sticker. Yeah, I am sorry about the international shipping, Hermit. Waiting for the sheet. Hoodie looks comfy. The hoodie is very comfy. I've gotten hoodies from them before. I haven't gotten it with the new print on it. I'm actually sending a couple. I'm using my samples to send some stuff to my family. So I don't really have my samples yet. The only thing I have is the headband and the embroidered sweatshirt, which is pretty nice, I have to say. Like, I don't think I've seen... Yeah, I'm not seeing any fraying of the embroidery. Like, it's pretty good. So it's got that shoulder patch. I don't have the embroidered hoodie. I don't know if that's available or if the price was ridiculous or something. For some reason, that's not available. And then there was the hat. All of my hats are here. Did that hat not make it? Well, I also have a hat. Ah, here it is. Watcha! What up? Okay, promotional segment over. Yeah, hashtag ad. But it's an ad for my stuff. That's slightly more tolerable. Okay, so that's up. I need to remember to update that thing because that's no longer the newest sticker. It might just show up in Premiere. Premiere starting 3:10. It feels like I would have put it in here, but it's not in here. Okay, Photoshop can go to sleep. And then... what are we going to do next? Miss the good old days when it was just about the games and crafts. Now it's just about the money. I've sold out. I'm sorry. I'm just a cheap capitalist bastard these days. Just a... just a greedy, money-grubbing slob. I want to be able to do more stuff. So that means pushing the art sales. I feel better about art sales than asking people to just donate money, you know? Rent is not cheap in New York. It is not. The price here is not much worse than the place we were in Burbank, and we did get more room here. So, like, it's not reasonable. It's on trend, at least. But yeah, so, you know, buy a sticker. My margin's best on the sticker. Better than a hoodie? Yeah, it should be. Let me double check that. I want to make sure I'm not just saying shit. My margin's pretty consistent across the board, but the stickers got a higher margin just because they don't let you do like the way that Printful does shipping is kind of bullshit, but everything else about them is great and the integration is great. So I'm like dealing with it. And I don't have very many people outside of the country that watch. At least, I mean, I guess there are several, but I wanted to try to figure out how to do some kind of rebate thing for y'all, because it looks like I can do that. So hopefully I can help with fixing that problem, because it's not a very frequent problem, but their shipping setup is just absolutely bonkers. It should be so straightforward where you can just say, if you order this product, the shipping is this much, and for additional products, it should be this much. And they have that, sort of. But not really. Product catalog. Let me see. Ah, yeah, promoted art. There we go. Yeah. So the next thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna futz around with this for another few minutes here, and then we're going to move back either to the Everbound map, or if Sky is able to stomach it, we might sculpt in VR and do some work on the some props for Everbound. There are a couple of tools that I know we're going to need already, and a couple of environment pieces that I'd like to try and sculpt out. This is just not happening right now. Well, there we go. Everbound map or sculpt. Everbound map? Yes, that's the Everbound is the game that monster you saw me sculpting was for. It's the big map region that we've been working on building out. So what I would be doing was we've zoomed in on a section of it, and we're starting to kind of build out what the town is like there. And we might continue to work on that. But that's the thing, honestly, where I'm at is I want to step in and try to sculpt one of the buildings there. I have this concept for a transit system. There's still going to be teleportation, fast travel. Like the transit system's more of a feature of the environment, but I have a few like perks and things that go along with using it that we'll get into later. And I kind of want to build the entrance to that transit system. Okay. Let's pop this down here really quick. But yeah, I'm gonna not go down the rabbit hole on the product thing right now. I'm wondering if I should put that on more stuff, but really the stickers are the way to go. $7.69. Because if I duplicated the hoodie, it's like it's a 10% difference in the margin or something like that. Sorry, I've totally been distracted by this. You'll have me back in just a second, I promise. Let me see here. So, if I were to duplicate that, it would make this new product. And if I continue over to pricing, Yeah, yeah. Okay, that is indeed correct. Confirmed. There is a better margin on the stickers. That was kind of how I tried to set up the store the first time, so I wanted to do it right the second time. Once you go to Everbound, you're forever bound to the world. You bet Unsightly Thing and other characters would do well in sticker form too. That's true, Hermit. Yeah, I definitely should. Percentage margin or dollar bill margin? I make more in dollars on a sticker than I do on a hoodie. The sticker book has a slightly lower margin, but still a better one than the hoodie. Well, I did that so that the hoodies weren't ridiculously priced. Like, the stickers are a little steep because it's kind of also a donation, is kind of how I looked at it. Like, I get to set the margin, just to be clear. They tell me what cost is, and then I get to set the margin. And rather than making the hoodies, like, stupidly pricey, I made it pretty close to cost. I'm totally winning, Melody. I'm winning. I'm feeling cold. That's what I'm feeling. How are you doing today? It's a chilly day today. I usually have the fan on because I just get warm while I'm sitting here, but no thank you. No more of that, please. And then we're just real quick going to replace this. Import. I'm going to bring that elsewhere. That should have just exported into the stream artwork folder. There we go. Here's our new friend, the Moth Sloth. I'll delete that, drag this under. We're going to scale it down so that it fits. Maybe raise it up and move it to the left a little bit. And export, which I'm sure my computer can handle right now, right? It's oddly cold there too. It was over 80 last night, and then you woke up to it being 37. Oh, weird. Yeah, we had a little bit of a warm wave come through also. And then it's just like, I mean, it's not like cold, you know? It's just uncomfortable. Okay, my export window is supposed to be around here somewhere, Premiere. Take your sweet fucking time. It'll be 80s again by Monday, right? Yeah, we'll just keep getting temperature whiplash until we're all beneath the sea. Alrighty. So yeah, I think we might work on the entrance to the transit system, or maybe a shop front. Somebody just placed an order. Thank you so much. Please show yourself. I saw a name, so I'm not going to say a name out loud. But whoever that was that just placed an order, thank you. It means a lot to me. That's really cool. You wanted the cup. Hermit, you got the cup. Thank you. Enjoy your cup. It reminds you of when your grandma took you to the laundromat as a kid. You had a stomach bug, so she got you ginger ale and saltine crackers. You went over to GameStop and she got you Soul Silver. That is a great day. That makes up for the stomach bug. That's really nice. You said this before, but it's a shame Grant Kirkhope isn't credited for one of his songs. What song is that? Sticker is kind of cute too. Thank you, Hermit. I really appreciate that. That's really cool. Thank you. Okay, and we're gonna... Well, we were going to export this. It was supposed to give me an export window. Let's just... I don't usually try to click that button twice if I don't mean it. We're just not doing it then, I guess? There it goes. That was so weird. It didn't want to open the export window. Oh, I guess you can see that up on the top right, can't you? It was a wild day. You were just playing on your DS for a few hours on the laundromat couch. Nice. DK Rap. That's Grant Kirkhope's song? I also don't know who Grant Kirkhope is. $7 is not a good hourly wage. Hope I get a few more. Hey, it's massive to me. I can't even say. It's really huge. Your mom feels bad about your shingles. She gave you $50 for games on your Switch? Well, I hope that helps at least a little bit. Ugh. Not a whole lot helps with shingles, though. That's brutal. I know how that goes down. I haven't experienced it firsthand, but I know how it goes. It looks bad. I hope you're feeling alright, Sky. It might have been a cushioned bench. Look, if you don't have the details accurate, Corey, I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, like, how are we supposed to have a conversation? I need accurate, to-the-point details. Okay? Was it a cushioned bench? Did it have a pattern on it? Did it have a beaded rim? Did it open? Could you put things inside? What's the bench situation? Okay, I think I have to do Apple ProRes in order for this to work. And then this is supposed to output to promotedart.move, and it'll just replace it. Hopefully without upsetting OBS, because it's not being used right now. It doesn't need to go into the project. Why do I have that checked? No, stop it. It's fine. We're just replacing this. No, but I don't want to put it into the project. I hate you. Fine. Fine. It won't let me do that, then I'll do it myself. Export media. Remember, ProRes needs to be 4444 to have transparency. You are correct. Yes, and we're in 4444, and we're 16 BPC plus alpha. We're all good. Grant Kirkhope is the composer for Banjo-Kazooie, GoldenEye, and Donkey Kong Country 64, among other things. Holy cow. What? 4220 is all anyone ever needs. That's it. That's as good as it gets. Okay, maybe you won't suck about this now, huh? What do you think? You think maybe you could not? Thank you. Thank you. Look at you go. Okay, now just export and don't break my stream. Unable to delete existing file. Error code 10. Oh, is it because OBS is using it? What if OBS wasn't using it? Hold on. Hold on. What if we turn that off? Then it shouldn't be using it. Nope, it's not gonna do it. Fine. I thought I could be sneaky and just squeak it in there, but it's not gonna work. Oh my god. This is just not working. Everything that could possibly go wrong is going wrong. Open file location. Wait for it. Wait for it. Both of these need to be deleted. I give up. We'll append it later. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm done. My patience have run out. We're moving on. We're going to be doing, I think we're doing the sculpt. I think that's the plan. I apologize to Sky in particular for the potential impending nausea. Okay, so wait, I'm missing some stuff. Just Alt F4 OBS, totally Hermit, good call. He was one of the two main Rare composers. Their most memorable songs were him or David Wise. Kirkhope also did Mario and Rabbids, while Wise did Snake Pass. Oh, okay, cool. Kind of a raw deal for Wise, though you love that OST. Yeah, Snake Pass is awesome. That sounds great. And they're both at Platonic. There was also that time when Eveline Fisher did Donkey Kong Country 3 on SNES, but then Wise came in to redo it for GBA. The throne was reclaimed. Big Wheel, keep on toinin'. Proud Mary, keep on boinin'. So do we go for this? I'm not honestly sure. This is going to be like swapping around monitors and shit. I don't know if I should do that. I know it wasn't a paid-for boing, but now I want a boing. You shared one of the songs for later. Thank you, Pimp. Oh, maybe we can hear it. Hold on. Let me see. Where's the Discord? Ass Bass and Frog Dog. Thank you, Dakota. Alright, let's see if we can hear it. I can hear it. Can you hear it?
Hey, son. You're playing that wrong.
Who are you to tell me that I'm playing this wrong?
On my background, does Sokka represent the element of violence? Yes. Yes. He represents the element of man. Humankind. The element of becoming less sexist. That's his main arc. That and losing girlfriends to very bizarre circumstances. His main arc is a boomerang. Badoom. Element of Space Sword. Yes. Ah, Space Sword. I'm not sure I want to go down that road. I think we might just goof around for a couple of hours. Then I can get away with doing more art tomorrow. Did anybody have anything for Creative Corner this week? If not, we'll just move on. And occasional drug use. Occasional light drug use. It'll quench you. Nothing's quenchier. It's the quenchiest. Cactus juice. You keep having too big of ideas and never getting around to actually starting. Welcome to my world. Boy, do I have that problem. Join the club. Woo! We were going to have jackets, but we never got around to making them.
Now get the f off my property.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Kirkhope.
You like having no ideas? Life is so simple. You have plenty of ideas. You can don't try to get out of this. You have ideas. There's an update for Backpack Hero Twitch integration on the testing branch now, so it should be coming pretty soon. We'll play that soon. How about a good old Geoguessr? I could get talked into that. Do I still have a Geoguessr account? I'm not sure. Single player. This looks very different than the last time I was here. That good old game you have to pay to play monthly. You got Oregon Trail, Potion Permit, Dragon Quest Builders, and Wild Flowers. What's Wild Flowers? You have Pro you can invite. This looks so different now. My friend list is empty. I don't know how to... How do I make friends? That's the big question, isn't it? Huey Austin. That's what they call me. Oh, sorry, I forgot to switch the screens back. Thank you, Melody. We can go ahead and turn that one off. And then get this one set back to here. There we go. Okay. You're a witch helping the community. Your shirt. Oh yeah, Melody. It's got the old logo on it. That's right. Country streak? Alright. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, am I playing against you? That's not gonna go very well. Oh. Okay. No, that's alright. That's okay. You can play for 5 minutes every 15 minutes. Wait, I have a 2-minute time limit or a 5-minute? 2 minutes per round. Moving allowed, panning allowed, zooming allowed. Do I know the hermit? Add as friend. Did I do it? I think I did it. Okay. I'm ready for this, but I'm gonna pee really quick. So people who want to join, join. And I'll be right back. Okay, we have updated to Geoguessr Melody. Why oops? What happened? Okay. Thank you, Corey. Good to be back. Happy to be here. Okay. So, I don't know if anybody joined. Did people join? Do I just click start? What happens? I'm in. You click start thinking it would be a join a lobby kind of thing. It just happens. Okay, this is very America. It's whole world, right? We can make lobbies too. Ooh, that could be fun. I don't think quickly. Oh, we got a license plate. What kind? Not close enough to tell. Or not, or well, I mean, they're not unblurry enough to tell. Those license plates look yellow to me. Who has a yellow license plate? It's always Detroit. Whole world. And tip not US? This is not the United States. How do you know already? How do you do this? How could you possibly know that already? I think you're screwing with me. Time's a ticking. I know. I'm panicking. Remember we talked about the sun in the sky? Yes. No? The sun is in the sky. Where am I then? I'm running out of health. You said... Australia. I was close with Europe. Sun in the north, you are south of equator. Oh. I thought it was Poland. It's such a nice neighborhood for all the cars to be that old. America would never. I don't know. It depends on where you are. What's happening? When the time started, it will refill again in 15 minutes. Ongoing classic games will be paused and saved here. Do I want to start free play? What am I supposed to do? Also, the trash cans were wacky. Look, I don't judge, okay? Maybe that's why I'm not great at this game, is because I'm not as judgmental as all of you. I think everything looks perfectly normal the way it is. I don't see anything strange going on. Mr. Zora! I don't see country. Ooh. Okay. 4 minutes per round? Okay, more time for me to panic. Good. Let's do it. Wait, it still says 2 minutes per round. Okay, waiting. Waiting? I thought maybe it was me. It's not me. That's okay. No, that's good. That's good. The chances were equally high that it was my fault. That I just clicked on the same link again somehow. Okay. I'm ready. No time limit. That's what I'm talking about. Let me struggle. Let me suffer. Give me some time to chew the fat. This is how I like to do Geoguessr. We can do it as a team. That way I don't have to know stuff. Okay. We are on a farm. That's the data I'm gathering so far. Detroit. Immediately. I see a green license plate. What do we got here? Ooh, okay. So... does anybody recognize what kind of characters those are? Would that be... I mean... stabbing in the dark. Korea? I was genuinely going to say Korean, but I'm just blindly guessing in the dark, so I didn't want to be, like, racist. But my blind racist guess would have been correct. No, I mean, there is definitely, like, a recognizable pattern of shapes between the different characters, but I have no idea what it is that I'm recognizing. Like, how about this? Does somebody know, like, what are the things about the characters that are characteristically Korean? That pretty liney square script. So the really square blocky one is Korean. Less Japan-y. And I was worried about how I was saying things. Korea has a lot of complete circles. Okay, Korea has a lot of complete circles. Because, like, the blockiness isn't, like, font. Hiragana is more swooshy. Is Hiragana Japanese? Those are the Japanese characters? Big sweeping shapes. That makes sense to me. I understand that. I feel like Chinese characters can often be really square, too. You remembered Korea when you see the dash gil? What does that mean? Japanese has 3 writing systems. Hiragana is one of them. Oh, that's extremely complicated and fascinating. Okay, so we got Korea. I mean, do we assume South Korea? Chinese characters and kanji are way more complicated looking. Oh, so like the ones that it'll be like a trapezoid and then a line down and then a bunch of lines through that and then you got a big like upside down U shape to the right of it and that's all one character. Like a billion strokes. I'm sure Kim Jong-un would love Street View. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, you know? Maybe they have, maybe they've opened up. Somehow I doubt it. Sometimes you have to look around for hiragana or katakana to prove it's Japan and not Taiwan. Kanji is the same as Chinese. I see. Okay. Well, that's extremely complicated, and I'm going to rely on all of you to do that. You will be my spirit guides. He does play Steam games, so there's a good chance. Oh yeah, Kim's actually a real big Geoguessr player. Allowed Street View. Apparently the universe ends here. I didn't like that. That was upsetting. Allowed Street View into his country just so he could participate in Geoguessr. Anybody know why we stepped into the void there? That was a little concerning. Oh, I hit the DMZ. Oh. That was unsettling. I didn't like that. But that's information. That means we're up here. Somewhere. Somewhere along here. You lied? Don't lie to me. I'm already lost. You can't lie to me. Then I'm just absolutely screwed. What does that say? Okay. No Young Milky Way Park? Milky Way Park is what I'm guessing is No Hyung. Is that the region? Hopefully? Oh, it just happens sometimes. Oh, I only need to know the country? Oh, I'm done. I thought I had to keep going. Why didn't anybody say something? You're just gonna let me keep being an idiot? It's not very nice. Okay, we got Nutty. What do we do about Nutty? Okay. Is that... It almost kind of looks like Spanish, which makes me feel like it's Portuguese. The gutter? What do you mean? It's in great shape. Very, very solid municipal system, so write that down in our notes as we try to figure out what's going on. Go away. I don't want you here. Stop it. You think it's Spanish? Still not enough. I need, like, actual words. We need these people to talk to us. Bienvenidos is Spanish. Yeah, but there's a lot of overlap between Spanish and Portuguese. And some of these words are really weird. Some of these weirds are really weird. Commence the search for a website post haste. Look for Nutty. UGP, Portugal. We're in Portugal. I'm, like, certain. I'm telling you, that P stands for Portugal. No? I mean, that says Ministry of Health. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling Portugal. No, it looks like South America. Portugal does not have a lot of room. You feel like they'd have to be very modern and effective with it. Not Europe, so south of Texas. Oh, you're looking at the sun again. What is this? I'm not a wayfinder, okay? The sun is that way, right? Slightly southwest. Almost directly west. Yeah, you want me to go blind? Staring at the sun is terrible for you. Unless the president says you should. I don't know, man. It could just be that my Spanish is really going out the window these days, but some of these words don't look like Spanish words to me. Are there South American countries that speak Portuguese? Like, primarily? Uruguay. Well, I mean... Brazil speaks Portuguese, right? But I mean, like, Uruguay, right? I think we're probably good. I feel like we can be pretty confident. We're gonna go for it. What? It was Argentina? I'm gonna base it off a company name. Yes, I was. It was Argentina. Boo. Pentagon fuck. See? Benz would have been able to help me. Tragic. Okay, here's the question. Can I just, like, refresh the link and play again? No. Known American viewer with no international shipping cost. Hey, look, I know. It's not my fault. I did what I could. They make the prices like if I could just set different pricing for another country, then I wouldn't have to do that. But they don't let you do that. It's ridiculous. Okay. Here we go. Thank you for just sending me these, Hermit. Okay, license plate. Aren't those supposed to be blurred out? We can just fully read that. Anyone want to just research that license plate and figure out where we are? That one's blurred. Zoom. Enhance. Hold on. Country info on the plate? Is there? Okay. What do you interpret? I see nothing. Hungary? Alright. Now I just need to remember where that is. Somewhere around here. There we go. Nailed it. I'm so good at this. Next round. Currently in the lead. No, you're full? Alright, Pimp. I mean, you don't want to stuff yourself. I can't quite make out what that is. Look at the front of the car. It's the UK? How do you know? How do you know? No yellow plate in the front. And English. Was that English? I could barely read the sign. Oh. Well, that's English. No, I didn't mean to... What did I click on? I didn't mean to click on something. Okay, UK. Alright. This is amazing, Hermit. Okay, we got corn. Nebraska. Denmark? Is it the street signs? Denmark or the Netherlands? It was something about permits? Oh. Yeah, I couldn't read that sign at all, pimp. Denmark or Netherlands? Because of the flat terrain and bike lanes. It's probably Netherlands. Alright. But wait, no, now you're committed. If it's wrong, that's on you. Oh, see, it was Belgium. You weren't fast enough, Hermit. This is on me? No. I take no responsibility. You said Netherlands. Okay, alright. Let's let me actually struggle this time. Oh wait, hold on. I think I opened the wrong one for real this time. I think I need a different link. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Here we go. For reals this time. That looks like Oregon immediately to me. Trees indeed. Okay, I think we've got some ground to cover if we're going to get any information here. Assume we can't go that way. You'd love to just walk this road for a while? Well, that's good, because it seems like that's what we're doing. You'll pass too much fine gravel. It looks like there's enough sand that or dust that it's alright. Could be Finland or Sweden, but just as easily Latvia, Lithuania, or Estonia, Poland even. What was that you said? It was 2 messages ago. Something along the lines of I'm shutting up. I'm just screwing with you, Hermit. Rest of the world too, for that matter. Truly, it could be anywhere. The answer is in God's hands now. It's anyone's guess. This is a lovely road. You would simply wear shoes, Corey, to solve the gravel? What are these shoes you speak of? Will they prevent me from bloody foot, which I've been experiencing each week since birth, from my many outings from the cave to hunt and gather fish? Which, I guess for the purposes of this, I'm saying doesn't count as hunting. I don't know where I'm going with this. Wait, that's a sign. Help me, sign. What do we got? No, don't censor the sign. Okay, what does pagasts mean? I'm part of the group that considers fish not meat. Apparently, I don't believe that, but that's what I just said. Anybody know what pagasts mean? I mean, I know Hermit knows where we are already. Oh, those pescatarians. Ba-dum-tsh. Fish are friends, so not meat. I don't know. Friends can be made out of meat. Pasts. Which seems to mean bus. Presents. Futures. I did just roll by that whole... Maybe is there some information on that truck? No, definitely not. Oh, those people don't seem very happy about the vehicle going by. I gotta say, I still... I mean, I know it's not, but it still looks very much like Oregon. And the more rural parts of Oregon. From the crew behind the beach that makes you old comes the bus that takes you to the past. They last saw people 14 years ago. Give them a break. Yeah, this is the only man, the only living thing other than the occasional fauna, which is of course shot on sight, that he's seen Since he was knee-high to a, I don't know, some kind of deer. Okay, we're just gonna rocket down the road here. What is this? What is that? Who knows where Geoguessr is? Street View Driver was considered prey for a moment. It's almost the most dangerous game. Knee-high, do you think he has a peach? Do you think he has peach? What? Wait. I'm sorry, Melody. It's happened again. I have no idea what you mean. One Saule. Yaun Saule. That's the best I got. Ooh. Those signs. They look, I want to say European. I said knee-high, you said knee-high like the drink brand. Oh, see, I didn't know the drink brand. That was the problem. I've never had knee-high. I'm assuming from context fruit juice. The best I've got is somewhere in Europe. We are in the middle of fucking nowhere. I don't know if I took the right turn. How are we feeling? This would no longer be fun to walk. No, it doesn't feel good. Hope this isn't one of those gravel roads that goes for miles. No, it's good because it doesn't feel like it's one of those roads. This feels like the end is just around the corner. There's only just this one farm and then it'll be a big bustling city. I'm certain of it. Just on the other side of those trees. That's what gets you? I feel very gut. Whoa. Okay. We've traveled through time. So, what I'm assuming is whoever was here on the bright, sunshiny day didn't feel the need to go down this road. And or there is something horrible that lives on this road, and for dramatic effect, storm clouds brew the moment you begin taking this path. Then 4 hours later, you get this intersection. I'll click for 4 hours if I have to. Oh, cow. No, I'm not allowed to go to the cow. After all of that, it was a dead end. No! That's worse. Set checkpoints at intersections? You can set checkpoints now? Geoguessr is a microcosm of life. We're just gonna go the other way this time. Wait, which way's even the other way? It all looks the same. Which way did we go the first time? Hermit, relax. We didn't know anything anyway. Southeast is the other way. Alright. It's not like we'd made progress. You think I broke Hermit? It's gonna be okay. We have lost nothing. For what was there to lose? You'll ask for a sticker refund? No refunds. This is the product I promised. I promise to be bad at Geoguessr. Why does the circle keep getting bigger? This is threatening. You think you saw that pebble before? Did it happen to have a recognizable location? Those are flowers. I thought they might have been, like, foxes or something. I don't know why I thought they were just chilling there. I also don't know where foxes are native to. It's not Detroit! Quit saying that. It's not Detroit. 27 tiny foxes in a pit. You never know. I mean, I'm not a biologist. I don't know what their behavior patterns are. Maybe that's normal for them. As I've said, I don't judge, you know? Okay, we stepped into the void for a moment, but I think everything's okay. Okay, this is Saulis. Wait. So that was just the name of a place. I don't know why I thought it would be like a bus sign that says bus on it, like we're on fucking Sesame Street. Oh my god. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, does it? Yeah, Pasts was the other one. Okay, I'm getting no information. I just want to be clear about that. I am gaining nothing. I mean, we know somewhere in Europe, right? That's kind of all we know. How far am I willing to go for the answer? Well, I was on a journey, but now my heart isn't in it because I'm worried we're going to walk up to another dead end. I've been robbed of my wanderlust by some kind of invisible barrier. I've already gone further than last time? Is that true? Was I going in circles the first time? I swear we were wandering longer than that. How about a living end? I don't think those are available. That's what I'm hoping for. I want my ends to be living. I want them to have places to go. We saw the two cannibals, and then I took a bad right turn. I don't know. I don't have a very good sense of time, but I'm pretty sure we were walking for a couple of hours. Oh, there we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Here we go. Woo! Woohoo! Let's see what we can see. I don't know about you, but I got a feeling town is this way. The two cannibals. We got on our scooter here. Oh, we are soaring. This is good times. No, don't slow me down. What? Why can't I go forward anymore? What's happening? This is so weird. There was the cow. If that was bad, you don't want to be right. Why have I been slowed down? Don't bring me down. I'm just trying to find the answers. Okay, there's another sign. What does this one say? What? Oh, come on. Fine. It's not like it matters. I want to know, though. It looks like a G and then maybe an O-U, and then a capital U. What are the odds that that's correct? Pasts, but something else. Oh, there's another one. Ooh. Sepil? Sepil? I don't know. The point is, we don't have our answers yet. Maybe... Can we just hop on the bus? Like, why do I have to walk this? No, go forward, please. Forward! Wish rural America had bus stops? I know, right? Okay, here we go. Is this something that we can interpret? I mean, I know that that's really all the information we need, but it means nothing to me. Borderlands? Borderlands! This is it! What does this mean? Hermit. Pontificate. You don't think it's cel-shaded enough for that? Yeah, I don't know. This might be Borderlands, but the art style's all wrong. You thought you knew the country, but what the heck is a borderland? I mean, all countries have borders, right? Shut your claptrap. You're on a roll today, Corey. Well, what country do you think? You think you know where, but you can't tell for sure. Not all borders are land. That's true. That is very true. You got me there. I have no... Actually, I have no response to that. That's a good point. Okay, what about Mimali? Does Mimali mean anything to you? Mimele. Mimele. Memili? We're gonna go for all of them. Where memes are from? Yes, this is where they're crafted and sold around the world. They're actually that's what they're farming here is memes. Okay, you think you know now? All right, what is it? The meme mine is here. Hermit, don't leave me hanging here. Come on. I got nothing. I was officially given a fighting chance. I surrender. I actually want to know. Yeah. Give me a chance, but then when we've been struggling long enough, you're allowed to use your superpower. So that we can move along and see a new area. I'm tired of looking at fucking trees. You think it's Latvia near the border of Lithuania? Okay. I know where those are. I think. I don't think I do. Norther? Norther. Up in here. There we go. What did the trees do to me? Love those African conifers. Look, I started to reach that way first, and then I didn't see it up there, and I was like, maybe it's further down? And then by the time I was down that low, I'm like, I don't think it's in Africa. But we were already down there, so what am I gonna say? Oops. Anyway. Trees are all bark, no bite. That's true. That's true. If you ever get bitten by a tree, consult a psychiatrist. The suspense is killing me. Is it Latvia? Is it Lithuania? Perhaps, maybe Belarus. Wait, what happened? It just gave up on me. Does it know I'm cheating? Excuse me. We are being denied recompense. It's Latvia, damn it. I don't know what to do about this. Is there perhaps an incantation? It just needs to catch up. I went for a long way. But it keeps resetting back to the guess button. Like, it's not frozen. Control R? I mean, that's gonna lose it, right? Gumball trees have a lot of bite? This is a fun fact I don't know. Who knows? Do you think I should just go for it? What the hell? Alright. Well, we're gonna say it was Latvia. Oh! Seems I've lost my connection to Geoguessr altogether. That's not good. Maybe we can play some Getting Over It. Wait, so Corey, what do gumball trees... What do you mean they have bite? Are there trees that attack? Do you mean it's pointy? What do they do? The game is like, this is so wrong, try again. Yes? It's just pointy? Well, what is... I don't know. What do you mean by bite? There are some plants that legitimately bite things. Pick in Discord. Alright. So I'm looking for. I'm looking for photo accuracy. Oh, those. Yeah. They had those trees around when I was in high school. Spicy nuts. Indeed. In a way. Not really, but sure. Okay, we're gonna do one more. I need an account to play. What? Okay, we're done with this. It's now asking me to... I have an account. What does this mean? It signed me out. I surrender. It was a good run. But yeah, those spiky ball trees were around my high school, where I was often running around barefoot and or in flip-flops because I was on the swim team. I stepped on many of those. Not good times. Not good times at all. Oh, thank you, Hermit. See you later. And thank you so much for getting something from the store. That's super cool. Send pictures when you get it. Love to see them. We are just going to struggle through Bennett Foddy. That's what we're going to do. Thanks for hanging out, Hermit. See you later. Wait? What am I waiting for? Why am I waiting? What's happening? Corey, did you have an art submission? Would I like to try a game called Slow Roads I.O.? Yes? What is that? I'd be down for something random and silly. Let's get crazy. Do I just click on it? I just trust. Slow roads. Endless driving zen? Immediately sold. What do we do? Okay. WASD to drive. Q and E to change set. Oh. What were the other controls? Wait, what were the other controls? I didn't get all the information. We have boost. Auto drive, just to like zone out. Oh, we're going a little fast. Thrilling gameplay. Okay. So, I think we've fully exhausted following the rules. How far can we go? Let me be free! Let me be free! You can almost imagine what it might be like. Bottom left has a steering wheel switch to bike for better control. Oh my god. Ooh, okay, alright. Oh god, okay. That was what I meant to do. I feel like we're going really fast. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. Stay on the road, don't tell me what to do. I'm free! The world is mine! Oh, you can't see it? Oh yeah, here we go. You were describing things! How am I supposed to know you're just talking about the steering wheel from memory? Look it, I've escaped. I'm completely off the road. Behold. I want to see if I can break off again. No! There seems to be just a threshold, and after you get past it, you can just go. You don't have to stay on the road. What? Wait, what did that say? No collisions? What happened? I didn't read the sign. The world just ended. What's happening? What's happening? What did I do? I was trying to stay on the road. I was being good this time. The globe icon. Wait, hold on. We're wheeling. There we go. What do you mean wrong way? Okay, now let's see what the sign says. Wait, but I was reading. Road despawns beyond this point. Turn back. Alright. Globe icon has settings for switching to other planets, like different gravity. Scene. Off-world. Hills? Off-world. Whoa, okay. Don't text and drive, Austin. Road complexity. Generation seed. Apply changes. What in the world? This is bananas. Moon. Do we have moon gravity? I want moon gravity. We don't have moon gravity. We have normal gravity. That's okay. Nobody's perfect. Let's do the coach. Space bus. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. We're good. We're good. Yes. Yes. Freewheeling on the moon. This is our moon now. We live here. Are we trapped in the crater? I don't want to be trapped in the crater. Let me out. Let me out. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm now feeling less like King of the Moon and more claustrophobic. What if I change planets just on this random hill? Oh, it'll teleport me back to the road, won't it? I don't want to do that. Alright, fine. Oh, wait! It didn't? Wait, the terrain is the same? That seems odd. Hey, if I didn't know any better, it only changes terrain from hills to off-world. I see. I was gonna say, if I didn't know any better, I would say that these planets aren't different planets at all. Just a color palette swap. I expect more out of this free browser game that allows me to drive around on other planets. Alright, we're gonna be a roadster again. You like hills with hard complexity roads, then using bike in first person. Wait, how do you do first person? Mouse look? Press C. Ah. This is what they don't show you from the rover cams. Handbrake is spacebar. Wait, how can I still be going the wrong way? That can't be possible. Wait, that... Okay, so that's the wrong way. Fine, I get that. I can see the end of the road. This can't also be the wrong way. Thank you. Oh, I'm definitely into first-person view. Ah! Oh boy, oh boy. Hold on, hold on. We're okay. We're good. Everything's going great. Okay, we're gonna go hills. We're gonna go... What if we do just a perfectly straight road? I want to see how fast we go. Just maximum speed. And then we'll change to hard complexity. Are we gonna top out there? Is that it? 78? I guess we are going uphill. Maybe if we were tipping back down. You don't think AAA services other planets so don't crash? No, they do. You just have to be a platinum member. They just strap him to the next SpaceX rocket. Shift to boost will speed me up. I am shifting. Left shift, right? I think I'm doing it. Okay, we're at 122. That's pretty good. I don't think it gets much better than that. Alright. The bike is the fastest? Oh, well, I should have done that. Ah! Okay, fine. Oh, this is nauseating. Okay, hold on. Whoa, Nelly. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Oh! This is generally the case IRL. I thought for like super high speed stuff. I mean, like on regular vehicles, yeah, because they're way lighter. But like up to a point, you can't get the necessary engine mass onto a motorcycle, right? I thought we were in like rocket car territory. There we go. This is like the trip out here from California. We were like, there's not going to be any ice. And then we hit the Rocky Mountains immediately. Or, I mean, the Sierra Mountains immediately. And they were all full of ice. And then we were like, uh-oh. And then there was no ice the rest of the way there. I'm clearly driving on a public road, so land speed record vehicles aren't going to be happening. You never know. Cycle timer will give my season a day-night cycle. Okay, this is pretty solid. If anybody has any more of these to suggest, I'd be down to do more of them to pass our time for this last hour. And H toggles headlights. Oh god! Time to just open itch. Yeah, maybe. I haven't been to itch.io in a long time. Oh, we're doing great. We're doing great. We're still doing great. Wait, we turned it around. See, everything's fine. Just a complete and total loss of momentum. Oh, my headlights turned on automatically. That's nice. Wait, no. Hey, stop it. Try F. What does F do? Oh, auto drive. Oh. Okay, well, that's driving. Look, no human interaction. Auto drive and then cranking up details to the max is a fun screenshot simulator. Cranking up details to the max. There we go. View distance ultra plus. Most notable when there's grass. Oh, just you wait. I want autumn. Stop it! Why isn't it letting me go on the thing? There we go. Lovely. Okay, but hold on. Oh no, that's as complicated as it gets. Excuse me. Okay, in the meantime. Thank you, Court. That one was a proper sneeze. Alright, Melody. See you in a moment. Alright, so here's the question. Do we have other silly games like this that we could play? itch.io wants my money. But I don't want to do that right now. Oh wait, they have free games. There we go. Alternatively, I could try out Valorant in single player. Oh, you just told me about this, but I forget what it is. Oh, yeah. The voxel game. That's right. How do I get that set up? Do they have a lazy man's install file, or do I have to do, like, things? Oh, Valorant launcher. Valorant.net has a launcher for download. Thank you. You're underwater. Pimp, what's happening? Hold your breath. Download. Okay, we're downloading. There it goes. Well, and you know, it's doing unrecognized app pop-up. So just to confirm, Valorant.net is the right site, yeah? You can't see either? Pimp, that's not good. They just aren't paying Microsoft yet. Copy that. Okay, we install. In the meantime, I'm going to take back over. I don't know if that's going to happen very fast. Doesn't look like it's making any progress at all, actually. Oh god, it's not recovering very well. Oh, the Windows Shield beckons. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. We let it in. It's okay. Okay, now what? I'm missing a launch button. Oh, I have to do an update for starters. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, let's see what this is all about. You posted your view? Pimp. Well done, bravo. So you found water? That's fantastic. Server? Is it local or is it MMO? I mean, I guess I can do single player, but like, if I were to do, what I'm trying to say is like, do you run your own server or is it like a public? It's an MMO. I'm interested. Dude, just, it's okay. Chill out. You can make your own, but that involves hosting, right? This is pretty cool. There's a main server and a bunch of others in the server launcher. Okay, right on. Server browser in the launcher. Got it. Alright, create new character. So... Ooh, I can be an orc. Or... I can be an elf, I can be a draugr, I can be Denari. I do kind of like the draugr. But I'm feeling orc. I'm feeling orcish. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay. Once again, this is a very janky pre-alpha made by volunteers, so not vouching for too much. No, no worries. We're just kind of screwing around, checking out something new. I definitely want the axe and fire staff. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's one or the other. Okay, so we're gonna go with the axe. What's our hairstyle situation? Okay, I like the mohawk, and we're gonna go with the green hair. And I want the paler skin like that. There we go. Ooh, we can have an eye scar. I like it. I want it. Purple eye for sure. Accessories? Oh, wow. Okay. Man, that's a pretty serious character creator for something so small. Pink eye. It's a scar. We're gonna go with earrings. I like them. And I like the tied beard, like with the tassels. I'm digging it. Okay, cool. And we will name him Left Rock. A lot of options for so few voxels. Indeed. Yeah, that's really cool. Alright, let's go, Left Rock. Press comma to free up my cursor and click that button. To begin your journey, you could start looking through this village and gather some supplies. Oh, I should change the stream info. You think this one's... Is this one a thing? What's it called? Velerin? Velerin, there it is. Okay. Greetings, traveler. To begin your journey, you could start looking through this village and gather some supplies. You're welcome to take whatever you need on your journey. Look at the bottom right of the screen to find various things like your bag, the crafting menu, and the map. The crafting stations allow you to create armor, weapons, food, and much more. The wild animals all around town are a great source of animal hide to create some protection against the dangers of the world. Whenever you feel ready, try to get even better equipment from the many challenges marked on your map. Okay, right on. To up the UI scale. I'm not seeing it. Am I just too much? Is there just too much information on the screen and it's there? Or am I not seeing it? Like, actually. I might be able to mess with it. Oh, UI custom scaling. Oh, UI scale. Custom scaling. Thank you. Yeah, I was just not processing. Thank you. I feel like that helped, but it didn't really make those icons bigger, did it? Oh well, that's okay. We'll leave it there. It's Minecraft RPG. Velerin. I mean, is it really Minecraft at all? Okay, so they said I can just take shit. Villager. To be or not to be? I think I'll be a farmer. Decided that's what this appears to be. A little girl, sounds like. My house is mine. I won't trade it for anything. Oh no, you're not a little girl. You're an elf or something. Is this hot if I step on it? It is not. Fire anvil. Oh, I'm on fire now. I don't know what to do about it. What do I do? They're called denarii and they are very short. Right, that was the one on the list of races that I didn't recognize. Cauldron. I can use the cauldron, but I don't have things to craft in the cauldron. Cheese, minor potion. Control brings out my glider? What? Oh, that's right. I remember you showing me that part. Oh my god. We're just going. We're going. Scrolling lets me zoom in and out. Oh, like, big time. Holy cow. I mean, like, you can really get out there. And you can still move from this distance. That's really cool. It's still going. I don't know. I think I'd like to be able to zoom out a little bit more. Like, that's a good start. But it's very clear that they haven't really thought through, like, what if I need to see more? Alright, so who can I steal from? You want cheese? I don't have any money, right? What's money? That's not money. What's money? $40 coins. But where are my coins? Like, where can I see how many coins I have? I see health, energy, protection. I would have thought that's coins, but that's combat rating. Stun resilience and stealth. Money is bottom left of my inventory. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Okay, so I am at 0, which makes sense, but I just wanted to make sure. I don't want to give up the only stuff I have. Especially when I was recently told I could steal stuff. I'd much rather do that. Like, if you tell me I can steal things, I'm gonna steal things. What's wrong with this person's house? Hi. Is that supposed to be here? Should I be concerned about the RAM? Can I steal from this person? Do you have anything worth stealing? There's a cabinet here. Can I open the cabinet? Animals just kind of do. I don't need to worry about being attacked by animals. It's not hostile. Okay, cool. Catoblepas. Some animals are. Wolves are a nightmare. Copy that. Will not happily stroll up to animals like I just did. This is very Cube World, indeed. Would you like to see my garden? Okay, maybe some other time. You didn't even give me a chance to respond. Cube World is one of their inspos, but you've never heard of it before Valorant. I've heard of it, but I've never, like, played it or seen... I mean, I've never played this either. Cube World was a tragedy? What was it? Other than a tragedy. Middle click is roll. Huh. All of these people are merchants. Horned owl. Oh my god, that's a lot of different kinds of wildlife. Roll, jump, glide is a great combo if you're descending. So, like, can we just go? I mean, we're just goofing around here. Why not just see where the world takes us? It's a voxel-based, procedurally generated multiplayer RPG and was one of the most fun games you'd played back in alpha. And what happened? Ooh, I want to know what this shape is in the distance. That looks interesting. We can go so far. This is awesome. Adventure. G is lantern. The nights get very dark. Copy that. But the guy making it got overwhelmed by the huge response and would just go radio silence for longer and longer periods. Oh, that's a bummer. That's extremely disappointing. Wow, we're covering a lot of ground here. He really didn't take criticism well, and his final release on Steam wasn't taken very well. Oh, that's rough. I mean, I struggle with taking criticism, so I get that, but, like, you gotta. Ooh, lightning! Neat! That was cool. Okay, we have made it all the way to this crazy big tree. Things are starting to render into existence. Wait, no! Oh, these are the tree. That was just a representative object. I see. I thought, what's happening? Wait, what is that? Was that thing trying to eat my soul? Right now they're working on a new chunk optimization, so they load faster. Very helpful when you're flying quickly. Why was that thing trying to eat my soul? That's not very polite. I'm beginning to feel more scared. You've heard of pop-in, but this takes it to a new level. It actually does pop up from the ground. I'd always rather have like a pop-in animation than just have it appear. It's a scary game. The hostile animals will eat you alive until you get nice gear. He disappeared again after the full release, and now it's been a full 4 years? Oh man, that's rough, Melody. That doesn't sound like you're hearing from them again. Okay. So I was like planning on sailing off into a wonderland, and I think I may have wandered into hell. This music is not matching how I feel inside. Is that a friend? Well-fed bear. That's good news. What would happen if it was not a well-fed bear? Would it become a well-fed bear? Ooh, twigs! Alright. We're already starting a collection of valuable items. And there's no terrain manipulation in this game. Because if you have voxel terrain and terrain manipulation, nobody's going to not call you Minecraft. Excuse the double negative, but I think it was necessary. People still play the old alpha builds. It was an awesome game with so much promise. Hey! 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 Nice. Sharp fang. Got it. Fire staffs can blow up soft stuff like grass, but it will regenerate over time. Okay. Oh, look at the auroras. That's so cool. I love it. AKA when you leave the chunk. Ah, I see. So how long has this been in development? Is this kind of the spiritual successor to Cube World then? Oh no! You said wolves are bad. You said wolves are bad. I'm so dead. Turning up all the settings like view distance and cloud water rendering is lots of fun, but it can really eat my PC. Well, let's see what it looks like. Why not? Settings, graphics, cloud rendering, ultra, fluid, high, reflection, high, light, high. Is there anything else I should turn up? Maximum FPS, unlimited. View distance, 65. Sprites, we'll turn it all the way up. Okay. And then do I have to hit apply anywhere, or am I good? Is that just in? Do not have the entities at 64? Turn it down to like 10. Uh-oh. Hi, pollen! That's like all the NPCs and enemies. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh. Computer's struggling with it. Can we force it to be daytime? Calculating their physics and pathfinding is rough. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Because, like, we have all that view distance set up. And then, do you know what I should be setting it to? Can we just say day, like in Minecraft? Yep. Oh, tab to autocomplete. Okay. No, don't start raining! No! I don't know what to do about that. Ooh. That is awfully satisfying. It has an F3 menu? Cool. This is really neat. I like it. So I'm at 2,000 chunks fully loaded. It's over 100, or it's over 13,000. Wow. Holy cow. 65 to the 2 times pi. Wow. Uh-oh. Oh, we're going down. What'd I do? How do I fix it? How do I fix it? We're okay. Everything's fine. We solved it. I really thought I was gonna die there. It goes where you're pointing, so looking at the sky will stall. Right. Yeah, no, I understood how it happened. I didn't know how to get out of the situation. It is a really satisfying glide mechanic. No pilot license for me? Yeah, I don't think that's really where I belong. I have too much of a panic reflex. Ooh, wood logs. Okay, my computer is not handling this. It's a lot better, but still not enough. Okay, and then what are my objectives? Just like explore the world, gather things. Is there like a narrative objective or quests or... Chunks are 4 times as big as Minecraft, so 28 Valorant view distance is like Minecraft 56. Okay. Oh, there are dungeons. Cool. Oh shit, I'm getting wolfed again. Wait, I wasn't ready. Damn it. This is very cool. And so are the dungeons also procedurally generated in that case? Everything. That's cool. Everything is procedural generation. This is really cool. There's a lot going on. Need better gear. First step is making leather for bigger bags. Which would be just taking on wildlife and killing them for their leather. Ooh, campfire. Leather is processed at a tanning rack. Oh, so I have to bring it back into town in order to do that. Oh, so then I just made a mistake by going to the fire, right? Because then that's... It's now... I now need to walk back in order to get to town. Oh, you can slash home. Okay, cool. That's against the spirit. We're not in the spirit right now. We're exploring. We're poking and prodding at the seams. we don't have enough time to be in the spirit right now. Okay, so we're gonna find a nearby animal and kill that. The spirit is malformed because it's pre-alpha, so anything goes. Yeah, fair enough. Is there a pet system? Oh, good question. Animals? Animals. Animals? Nope, those are flowers. There are colors that let you tame tameable pets. They are tough to come by right now. How do you have to get them? Anything killable. Is that a chicken? No, come back. Chicken! Come back! Okay, we got bird meat. Obviously chickens don't give leather, but I don't know. It's a pre-alpha game. Maybe they do. It's worth trying, right? That was one of your favorite parts of Cube World, finding out which enemies like to eat which foods to tame them. Was that like a big part of the game? Oh, there are Wendigos! Cool! Loot tables are somewhat reasonable. Not excited about Wendigo. Should I try and fight it? I'm gonna fight it. I shouldn't have tried to fight it. That was not smart. You're sure it's weaker than a wolf? Yeah, that's probably about the same, right? Let's see. If you weren't playing with friends, then forming a party of your pets could help support you through really tough situations. Can I tell why you hate the rain? Yeah. You mean because it's completely blinding? And, like, ruins the visuals of the game entirely? Or if I were to try and put it nicely, it needs some work. It's oval-shaped and doesn't take on the atmospheric color. Yeah. It's pretty bad. It's worse at night for reasons. Maybe we can just fly out of the rain. Oh, that's right. I remember you talking about that. Yeah. Yeah, you made it less... you were talking about that was kind of your only toe in the water for modding. But I think that definitely counts. Oh, that was alarming. I like how I can't see anything, and then there's just a bright lightning flash. Oh god. You and another person were told to make a merge request. You would do it, but you know what? Just not doing it? In the immortal words of Shia LaBeouf, don't let your dreams be dreams. Collect sunflowers. Big ideas you never do. You gotta do them. You gotta try to do the big ideas, even if you don't finish them. One day something sticks. Hey, you know, I'm thinking about going into motivational speaking. I'm gonna charge $63 per ticket. The heavy clouds are very aesthetic. They are. They are slightly blinding. I think there might be a happy medium. It doesn't pull punches. No, it does not. No, it's cool. I like the look of it. I don't imagine this is a game that I would get super sucked into, but I do like it. It's my fault for being in high elevation? How's that my fault? I'm in the spawn location. What am I to do about that? I can't take blame for that. As a matter of fact, they're about to add a spawn town chooser. Well, that's cool, but all I'm hearing is that it's definitely not my fault right now. And so if it's procedurally generated, how do you know what spawn town is a good spawn town? Are they gonna let you, like, scout them? Fox! Get back here. Do you have a hide? What do you drop? Get back here. Press M. Right. But so then do you just kind of pick one without seeing what the area around it is like? Like, what I don't understand is what's the point of choosing a town if you're just kind of picking a random spot on the map anyway? But if it's procedurally generated, you mean just like you can choose mountains or desert or whatever? I was thinking like from a gameplay strategy perspective. I mean, I guess that's probably relevant to that, but location can determine what merchants carry, etc. Okay, so it's just after you have more game knowledge that becomes relevant. That makes sense. Right on. This is cool. There's a lot going on here. I like it. It's honestly, it's just making me want to do more Everbound stuff. I want to at least get one of those little chunks set up to be a testing area for some of the simulation. Or you have a glider, so always pick a mountain. True, yeah, because then you can get most places. More gliding is always good. Always maximize flight. Let's do one more glide just for funsies. Let's go a different direction. What way haven't we gone yet? We haven't like climbed up over this and gone that way. Aurora Borealis. Yeah, the sky is really pretty. Oh wow, you really got some hops. That's not bad. Is that like a real climbing thing happening there that I'm seeing, or what? I don't think I'm allowed to jump up here. If I wasn't living in the city, then I could have actually seen it last weekend. Is that right? I like living in the city, though. Fine. I won't jump around this way. Oh, and I need a reminder because I'm going to finish up... I'm actually probably going to be working on it tonight. The, Uh-oh. Where am I now? The shovel data pack. What happened? I'm in a pocket. I've been pocketed. I'm gonna finish up the shovel data pack for Minecraft. And can somebody remind me, was it the... It was the super bucket that won, right? Or was it the path shovel? I know it was one of those two. It was definitely the path shovel, Melody. He is lacking critical information. What information am I lacking? Oh, I'm climbing by holding space. It takes my stamina. Oh! Oh, I was mashing and when I should have been holding. I see. Melody, I know you want the path shovel, but I think the consensus was the super bucket. Well, I'm gonna try to finish up the digging shovel. I don't know what that's going to be called. It needs a different name because path shovel is going to be a thing, so we need to specify what the other one is. Super shovel. Now the path shovel's totally different thing. Completely different kind of flying altogether. Wasn't it a mole? I guess, yeah. I think it's going to be like a robot mole or something. I don't know. It might be a mole. It might just be an enchanted shovel. I haven't decided. I do like the mole idea. But it never rains this much when you play Streamer's Curse. Yeah, that's always how it goes, though, right? Mining turtles are already taken. Yeah, thank you, Corey. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. It's been a blast. Thank you, Melody and Jakob, for subbing on Patreon. And thank you, it's Jakob, Corey, and Rose for subbing here on Twitch. And I will see y'all on Friday for some gaming and goofing. Take care of yourselves. It's been a blast. Submit art next week. Come on. Just make something. The content of this game isn't really for you, but you love the technology and world. I think it's definitely got some really good bones. It's cool. I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes. Yeah. Alright. Well, thank you, everybody. I'll see you next time. You take care.